Good evening and welcome. So we are playing Factorio on a Monday. And we'll just cover this briefly and then not really going to talk about much more about it. So yesterday my my little cat, Pixie, he was just progressively getting worse over the last month, and we went to a vet and about a month ago, and he had been bitten by his brother Speedy, and therefore he was sort of hiding and being really shy. So we talked to the vet examined him, and was like, oh, that sometimes happens. He needs to, like, there could be like competition, so need to sort of keep them separate, feed him a lot, make sure that he has his own space, all that stuff. So over the last month, we've been sort of, I don't know, a month or 3 weeks or so, we've been sort of keeping them separate, cuddling, trying all sorts of different food, and it wasn't quite working. And then sort of this Easter, he was just getting progressively worse, like really bad. I was like, I need to get him to a vet after Easter, because he was just not eating much, and it was just getting really bad. I was like, okay, but that was holidays. So remember, in Denmark, it's holidays from Thursday to Monday. So until tomorrow, it's holidays. So no vet was open. It was only like emergency. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. But then I got home yesterday after an event, and then I came home, and he was just basically lying sort of on next to his cat the litter box, and sort of he had peed and he couldn't get up, and I was like trying to sort of get him up, and he was just collapsing. Like, oh, that was not good. So I was like, okay, well, I can't wait until tomorrow to, because he's not feeling well. So called the emergency clinic, for which we luckily have one in my little in the next town over here, so it wasn't that far away. And then I took him in, and they were like, yeah, he's cold, he has liver failure, he's not gonna make it through the night. He has some disease that is, it's not common, but it happens for cats, called Danish FIP. Don't know what it is, but it's a liver disease, and it's not really treatable, but you can treat it, but it doesn't. There's not good odds, but there were no odds when he was in this state because he was in liver failure. And you can say afterwards, like, ah, man, we should have seen that this was not just sort of stress. But we had a vet looking at him and sort of saying that, oh, it's stress, and he just needs to keep him separate. And I was like, oh, you give it a little bit of time, and then you have to sort of say, okay, we have to make sure that we're actually doing something correct, and doing our very best. And yeah, so it turned out that he was not going to make it, so I sat with him, and he got an injection, and he was, yeah, put down yesterday evening. So that's why I didn't stream yesterday. That's why we're streaming today, Factorio, so we don't lose a Factorio stream. But I was not really in the best mood when I came home, so I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna take an evening for myself, and had a girlfriend coming over today, and so I'm okay. And the kids are not even here, so I called the kids yesterday, sort of from the hospital, and they were of course devastated, and I couldn't even be with them because they were with my ex-wife. And yeah, so they're coming over tomorrow, which is also my birthday tomorrow. So if we stream past midnight, then it's also a birthday stream. Yeah. So anyway, it sucks. Sorry. Somehow the only sort of consolation about it is that there was nothing we could have done. Like, maybe sort of if we had recognized that it was this disease earlier, maybe we could have put him into treatment, but we didn't. And we took him to a vet like 3 weeks ago, and the vet was like, it's stress and all that. But you know, the stress and the getting bitten by his brother was not the cause, but it was a symptom. It was a symptom of him being sick and his brother sensing it, and then sort of, you know, that kind of behavior from animals sometimes, right? So anyway, so that's where we are, and I'm not really going to be talking too much about it. So we just want to put it a little bit. Don't write some what ifs. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's all. You can always do the what ifs, but I think that in this case, it was like I was really feeling bad that he was getting worse if it was stress related, because I was just feeling that we were not being able to take care of the cat, because somehow he was so disliking being with us that he wasn't even eating. And I was like, I was really struggling with that, which is also why it probably takes a little bit longer, because it takes longer to admit that you're like, okay, I'm apparently a bad cat owner. So anyway, that wasn't the case. It was something that yeah. And I also asked the vet, and it's like, how would you spot it if you have a cat? And it's like, oh, you need to take blood samples. I was like, okay, well, taking blood samples and send them to a lab for a cat that's malnourished is maybe also a little bit radical. So, you know, it is what it is. So yeah. So anyway, that means we are gonna be playing this today, Factorio today. So that's the plan. And is the best birthday month in spite of all the April Fool Day BS. Yeah, I don't know. It maybe it's because like April, and then you count 9 months back, and then that's like summer vacations or something. Like when that's when there's time for yeah, for the bees and the flowers. Yes. So maybe that's why. Or you can also see it like in birth statistics where like back when I was young, there were once in a while a power outage. We haven't had a power outage in 20 years or something, but a power outage would always be something that was like 9 months later. There's a spike in birth because they're like, TV is out. Guess we do the old fashioned the old fashioned entertainment. Yeah. Have you heard about Mammoth March? A bit north of Copenhagen. It's 55 kilometers. That starts on third. Well, are you by any chance participating? I'm not participating. I'm going to a Tantra festival in on the 3rd of May instead. So much rather do that than walking. I think I may have heard about something, but it's not exactly like I wouldn't go even if I didn't have anything else. I love hiking, but I would certainly not go to an organized hike of any kind. I would just go with a friend. We've gone on hikes before, so yeah. But no, I haven't. Not going. Yeah, April baby too. Yeah. Yeah, bees my only phobia. Really, bees? Wasps suck, but bees are fine. Why people keep at you what you do on your free time when we all know the answer? Yeah. Do you do this thing? Nope. I only do the other thing. Like, what about no? What about this physical exercise? Like, no, I don't do that. Yeah, I was actually seeing some friends and like from before, and then they were talking about it's like, oh, I've started exercising again, and oh, okay, oh, what about you? Have you? Oh, I'm trying to run a couple of times a week, and oh, what about you? And they're like looking at me, I go like, what about you? It's like rope, sex. I don't know. That's exercise. Nothing organized. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much, but rope is it's it's not super physical, but it's moderate. I'm getting exhausted by it, so it's quite intense. It can be intense. So anyway, dancing bachata by it. Oh, dancing bachata. No, I have not danced bachata, but I know a lot of women who don't dance bachata, but officially are dancing bachata when they go out Tuesday evenings to play with me. Then they're, oh, I'm going bachata or yoga class or something. Hey, Solidbond, thank you for the
Our
55 months.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I changed FPS games for airsoft. Really fun, more cardio, and more social. Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, it's not as easy to do in sense that you can't just come home and then turn on the PC, but definitely, I think that sounds nice. It's not the most strenuous of dances. No, no, but it's a popular thing, so it's easy if you have like teenage kids and you just go, oh, I go bachata dancing. So that's my only reference to bachata is that it's something that people don't do but say they do. Yeah. Don't even know what it looks like or what it is, but yeah. Yeah. So anyway, this week, since today, well, tomorrow is not going to be a streaming day. And what do you tell the kids? I'm going to rope. Like they know I'm going to rope. They don't know what it is. I've told a little bit to my daughter about what it is in a sort of the aesthetic form, and then said if you want to know more, she could ask. And that's what I tell the kids. So anyway, tomorrow is obviously because it's my birthday, not going to be a stream day. It's also Tuesday, so I am I don't think I've been looking forward to my birthday as much for the last 40 years as I do this year, or at least 35 years. I think that up to 10 years old, you're really excited for your birthday, and then it sort of drops off as you start organizing it yourself. And I'm going, yeah, okay. But I am so fortunate that my two girlfriends, they have conspired, and they are organizing a dinner and entertainment for me tomorrow evening. So, pretty good way to celebrate my birthday. Something I'm looking forward to, like a kid for Christmas, and then a little bit more than that. Yeah. So you have not one but two girlfriends. Yes, that's correct. Polyamorous. Hey, Mokona, thank you for this 27 months.
Champion returns.
Was
Welcome
32, and I was unreasonably excited by it being a power of 2. Well, it's going to be a while until you be a power of 2 again. So, best birthday speaking as someone in your situation. Good. Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when, like, it didn't really matter if it was one girlfriend or two girlfriends or 17 girlfriends. It's the idea that someone else has taken an initiative and organized something for you. That I just get really appreciative of that. It's really nice. It's just nice when you sort of like, oh, we have been planning something. I was like, ooh, wow. Like, see, the thing is, like, I was trying to talk about what the stream schedule, but when you're with someone, you exist in their world. But knowing that you exist in their world when you're not present, for me, that's something extra. Like when I hear someone say, "Oh yeah, someone mentioned you," I'm like, "Oh, I exist when I'm not around." I don't know why, but that's, for me, that's something that's special. And therefore, when someone has been putting together some time and organize something for me, like without me sort of showing initiative or anything, it's something that I get really appreciative of. So, spend so many useless birthday parties with friends who just visit my, yeah. I talk about it all the time when you're not there. Yeah, that's true. I can also just go to the Reddit, but that's not very nice what people are saying on Reddit about me. So, I try not to. So that's not. But it's yeah, it is. It's this imposter syndrome that comes along when you get like, oh, really? Do I deserve that? Oh. So yeah. I'm probably not going to have any more than one Power of 2 birthday coming up. Yeah, me too. I'm watching YouTube. Yes. But still, it's something else. It's very low commitment to watch a YouTube video. It's like, okay, you watch something, but it's also like, I remember when I hit 20,000 subscribers on YouTube, the moderators had designed a special map, which was like shaped like 20,000, and there was like, the rule was you can only use the blueprint book that's provided, and that blueprint book was sampled from old series, which was like really awful designs, but you have to use those because those were my designs. And that was such a big effort put together by the moderators, which is also something I really appreciate. And also by the 100,000 subscribers, I got like this plug that is still sitting here on my desk. I can't show it because it's transparent, so you can't see it. So I can hold up a transparent thing and you can't see it anyway. Yeah, so that's also something where it's like, love those kind of where people sort of think about me when I'm not around. That's nice. Ooh, sorry. That's a dad thing. I don't know why, but as a dad, you have to exaggerate sneezes. I don't know. It's just a rule. And anyone who's a dad, you know this, right? It's just sneezing. You can't just sneeze discreetly. You have to just exaggerate, especially when your kids are around. Dingle Moose, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Yeah, so anyway, I was talking about the schedule for this week. So Wednesday, we're past the birthday thing. Wednesday, there is a new game coming up. It's actually releasing tomorrow, but obviously not really playing it tomorrow. It's called Outworld Station. It was recommended by Casimir, and we're going to be taking a look at it. It looks interesting. I don't know the depth, the extent, all of that stuff. I have no idea if it's something that's worth it, but we'll give it a shot for a let's try, and then probably also throw a YouTube video up afterward to see if there's an interest in that. Yeah, so that's gonna be it. And then Thursday and probably Saturday will be Assassin's Creed Shadows. Again, Earn Brand, thank you for the 16 months. All right, so now the hype train is on cooldown. So you have to wait an hour for your resubs or something. I don't know. Oh, I have to turn it off. I have to turn that off. There we go. All right. Are you excited for the next Captain Industry update? Yes, I am excited. I talked a little bit about it on Saturday. Did I miss much on Saturday? No. Well, a little bit, but it's okay, I think. I'm excited about the prospect for Captain Industry, but I'm also a little bit worried because the game was designed without trains in, and then it's been adding afterwards. And it's just kind of one of the big problems, and also one of the appeals of Captain Industry is that you have to be so careful because everything you do is kind of permanent, because it's really expensive and troublesome to move things around because, you know, things just doesn't work, and because of maintenance, you have to have your base working all the time. And therefore, if you want to restructure something, you have to build the new thing, get it up and running, and then take down the old thing, which is really cumbersome. And then you add trains, which is something that's even more persistent, but also something that's really difficult to get right in the first try, because how are you going to make a big train yard in the middle of your base? I don't know. I have no idea how that's going to work. So also, like, space is very difficult to work with in Captain Industry, and expansion, sort of flattening mountains, is really difficult as well. So things are just, it just kind of, it's going to be really hard to test things and to fit it in and to get working. And I'm worried that it doesn't mesh very well with all the sort of design criteria that's already in place for Captain Industry. So I am concerned about that, but I'm also just like, they usually get it right. But this is one thing where I'm like, if I think about the previous bases, I don't really see a lot of places where trains would make sense. And titanium production changes should be interesting. Yes, I think that's another thing, which to me, which is another thing, right? When I play Captain Industry, it's a fun game, and I get a little bit of views for it for YouTube and for Twitch, but it drops off. And the game is now being extended so much that it's I get to see the new stuff, and I get to build like really big train bases and rockets and catching asteroids and all that shit. But at that point, there are no viewers left because there's no patience for 200 hours of stream time. And that's kind of my concern about it, is the fact that it's added so late to the game that it's really just kind of left where no one's watching, and we've dropped it because we moved on to something else afterwards. That's my concern. So I'm super excited on paper about the idea of it, but I'm very concerned that how it's implemented. Because if nothing else has been changed, we're not going to see the aluminium and titanium for the first 100 hours, and we're not going to be playing more than 100 hours. And it's kind of my concern about it, which is a little bit like with Satisfactory, where we sort of, where that was also the case. And Jamjaw, thank you for 31 minutes, just dropping in quickly. Hope all is well. But thank you very much for dropping by. Hope to see you again sometime. You are missed around here. Yeah, so this issue with Satisfactory was exactly the same. And in Satisfactory, what did I do? I cheated and flew out and grabbed all the stuff, so that part would be neglected or sort of skipped over, because that was just a tedium. And also the summer loops were actually speeding up production by quite a lot with just 100% productivity modules. So if Captain Industry doesn't offer anything that makes the game go faster, then it's just going to be really slow and really tedious, and it's just going to take a very long time for it to actually come back into all the new things coming into effect. And that's going to be a problem, because it's not a fast game. So, yeah. I'll be back when I can, but kids' bedtimes and your streaming times basically the same. Yeah, okay. Well, does it take 4 hours to put them to bed? Then maybe you should work on that routine. Or, just watch the stream, and my soporific voice will lull them to sleep in no time. But yep, I understand. Yeah. So that's my concern with Captain Industry, and why I'm cautiously optimistic, but as always, I'm a little bit concerned about it. Right. I also need to find a new job, but that will come in time. Well, can't help you with that, but I can wish you the best of luck on finding a new job, and a better one at that, better than the current one, whatever that is. So, yeah, yeah. I guess that's kind of where we are on this. Let's dive into the game. So, and also, like, just want to mention Assassin's Creed Shadows. I am blown away by how good that game is. The fact that we have completed 3 regions and there are 9 regions in total is just absolutely bonkers. Let's try to use that word, bonkers. That's what it is. Like, I know that we've completed more than a third of the game, but the fact that we have 3 we only have done 3 regions, and we've been playing I don't know how many hours. It's kind of clear that we have a lot of things upgraded. We have a basically infinite amount of money. We're the highest levels I've seen in game is like 35 per region, 40 for enemies, and maybe like level 40 is the maximum, and we're at level 36 now. So obviously we're close to the end game, but I'm still kind of, there's so much there, so much still there. So you will finish it, right? Asking for a friend who would like to see the ending. I would love to complete it. And I played off camera yesterday. Actually, accidentally made a little bit of a sort of main quest, because it was like it got close and then it triggered a follow quest, and I had to do that follow quest. So, but I wanted to sort of get some points in Harima, which is the next region, so we can jump in. But it's getting kind of difficult to get through it. I will focus on the main quest and not get too much distracted, and then I can always just do the side quest afterwards. Because I think with this much effort, it would be kind of sad to play it 90% through and then go like, well, too bad, something else comes up. So it is definitely my intention to do it, but I also like, if Outworld Station turns out to be the best game ever, then that has to take that's gonna come into the schedule. Don't know. I would love to have a new factory-oriented game that's really good. So we're gonna give a chance to that. So that was just an update on gaming front. So let's jump on in. For falling asleep, I mostly put on AWAC, and his videos need too much mental capacity to follow along. Not that AWAC's videos are boring, but his voice is definitely calming. Cool. Actually, I actually do put on your VODs in background sometime to fall asleep. That also means I never watch your streams in that when I do want to see the content. What? Oh, right, in the bed when you want to watch the content. Right, okay, yeah, because it's too risky. It's too risky. Yeah, I have a friend who also was suffering from insomnia, and then it was like, oh, you know what? People turn on my stream to fall asleep, and she was like, I'm actually gonna do that, and she did that a couple of times. It's like, oh, it's lovely because I even if I wanted to, I couldn't keep up. Like I understand the words, but I don't understand the context, and it's just weird. So I love that. It was nice. Let's see which one we are gonna do. So that's the end of the last one. But this one is the one we played last time. There we go. So we're on Vulcanus, and what we did last time on Vulcanus was kind of a few things. We built a hub we have a little bus here, which we probably will keep for a little bit. Yeah. I was kind of saying that I wanted like a box of 4 to start with, but honestly, which is also a problem with this one, but it could also be like I wanted 3 or 4 tiles next to each other, for example. That could also be a thing that you'd look for, 4 tiles next to each other, where that you can extend a little path so that the next thing could be built here, and then that would be fine. Or it could be built up here and then you branch it up that way. That's also an option. How would you kill your first module with your current Vulcanus base setup and given the tech we're at? That's a great point, and it's something we have to test. We need to figure out how to do that in the best way. We're going to make a blueprint for that as well. And yeah. What a nice brush you got there. Thank you. What we did last time was looking at, oh yeah, we were sort of looking at what we wanted to do after this. So basically what we're looking at here is we land, we stamp down a landing pad, some walls, some stuff, and then we stamp down all the things that we need. I have not set up all of these, configured all these inputs and outputs. I'll do that when I make the masterclass video, because that's not worth spending like 2 hours in doing that, or 1 hour. Hello, Shepard. Thank you for the gift sub. Just putting out there, the hype train is on cooldown, so no worries with waiting. Here we have the things that need coal will come in. So we have the tungsten carbide here, which is something we need. Not a lot of, but a little bit. And we also have lubricant for the bus. We have water for the bus. We have sulfuric acid just getting pumped from wherever we get it. And then we have lava getting pumped from wherever we want it. So that's the 4 things we want on the bus. We could argue that you also want coal, you also want calcite, but the thing is, like coal, calcite, yeah, we don't really know where they're going to be, and they are needed for specific things, and that's it. Victrek, thank you for the prime, and welcome. No train for me today. No train for you, no. Once you're done introing today's session, have you stress tested now with specifically how long it takes to get space science and Vulcanus ship fully stocked and ready to the first? No, I haven't, but other people have, and tried to feedback that it kind of works. And this is also fine, right? Seems like you are accumulating stone. Might want to have stone from logistics to lava drop off. Yes, I might. It is accumulating, obviously, here. Because that's, yeah. And you could also argue that you could get it out on a, directly out somewhere. Don't know. Hohenberg, thank you for the 20 months. It says science meter design. What is a science meter design? What is that? I don't know what okay. Okay, so I'd love to. Oh, what's that? Dude, what's that? Oh, that's interesting. Ooh. Just noticed it took a long time for me using these blueprints. Maybe I did something wrong though. And no, it is gonna take a long time. It's not a speedrun base, so it's also expected that you do other stuff as well. And yes, it will take some time, but I think that as you build stuff, then it starts accumulating. Then you build the next stuff, then it accumulates some more. And stuff like blue circuits is not used for anything. It's not used for anything except rockets. So it's not like there's a constant consumption of yellow science to consume that. Ah, using this monitor to check. Yeah, okay. Well, this is pretty cool. I don't know what it is, but how this is done. Like, what is this? Is it? Is this like an ASCII code or something that makes a little dash line? Oh, okay. Wow. Wow. Well, the effort to put into this. It's text. It's made with a script. I mean, like this thing here must be. I mean, it's then valid text that you can put in to. Okay, so it says color and font with this. Okay, I'm just trying to look at it if in a text editor. But anyway, yeah, that's neat. That's not it. So I imported it, but does it exist in the world here? That one, yes. Let's put it up here just for a rainy day, so at least it exists. And delete it. Cool, thank you. What does it count? I mean, I guess it counts. You get the input here for, apparently for the Roboport network. And then it sort of filters out, divided by 100,000, and then multiplied by 100. Well, that's clumsy. But I guess for evidence, so it just converts it into some kind of a percentage of a stockpile you want. So basically say, if you want 100,000 of each stockpiled, then you will get it as displayed as a barcode here, how much is valid. And let me just actually just show you how that would work, and just cheating some information in. Like this, which is pretty cool, right? And it even displays the number as well. Not sure why you would ever want to stockpile science, because you want to be able to always process it, and it comes back and forth in batches. So when you drop things off, you want to make sure that you have like maximum stockpile, and the stockpile gets consumed while you're flying out to the planet and coming back with more. So yeah. So this is about sort of looking at how much buffer is there, and then you just see, okay, everything is like nice buffers, except for maybe purple science. Oh, that's a problem there, or pink science. So definitely worth it. Definitely awesome. Definitely something we're going to use, I think. Really neat. Okay, right, so what we have also, this power plant is really nice. I'm really happy about it. It's tileable, and it delivers who knows how much power, but some power it delivers. How much power is it? Can we see that? 100 times, how much power is it? 5.8, so 580 megawatt of power. Nice. More than you can make from a nuclear in the same space. So this is better than a nuclear power plant in the space that is available. Cool. So basically at this point, we have this, and then what is going to be the next thing? What we really want to do is, of course, to get some cliff explosives, but we can't get cliff explosives until we have science made, which is something we have here, but we can't get science anywhere unless we actually make some Roboport things, or some rocket parts. Then the question becomes, okay, so what rocket parts should we make on Vulcanus right now? Not in the end game, because end game, yes, we'll do everything, but right now, and the obvious thing is, well, low density structure is going to be made here, so that's a given. But should we also try to make rocket fuel, because that's a little bit cumbersome. It's actually a hell of a lot more cumbersome, because you'd have to start with the bad coal liquefaction and then liquefy it over to something else. Because the other one, that one, we don't have that until we actually research it, and that's researched after you come back with the first. So what should we do? Should we hello Randomax, and hello Copio. How many rockets for the initial science? See, Sim, that's asking a good question. I was thinking the same thing, because the answer to that is probably 2, right? This one stacks to 1,000. And how much do we need for the initial science? We need 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. So that's 2,000, and then another one 2,000 here, so that's 4,000. So 4,000 is what we want. 2,000 is must have. 4,000 is nice to have, and then anything else beyond that is just nice. So it's actually only 4 rockets we want. And if you're like, okay, well, 4 rockets, it's not really a big deal. Let's just import it and then launch the first 4 rockets, and then maybe a little bit more because we also want to launch ourselves. But yeah, right? Is it an option to skip cliff explosives and nuclear cliff? No, it's not. It's an option as in, yes, you can do it, but it's not an option for us because that would require us to make nuclear power, and nuclear power is somewhere. Why is this not? How is this not a prerequisite for nuclear power? That makes no sense. For rocket, isn't that its own research? Where's the nuke? I did 1 rocket, just cliff and cold liquefaction. Yeah, but I might as well do a little bit more when we set it up, because when we set it up, it will just accumulate over time. It's atomic. I was like, what is it called? Interesting. So, oh right, it's because it's Covarex that's a prerequisite. So after Covarex, and that means it's also yellow signs. So we do need to get yellow signs in order to get here, but we don't have that. So yeah. Okay, so I'm really cautious about making stuff too early where it's not very valuable. This is 200 per stack. Blue science is 400 per stack, and fuel. Yeah. Maybe we should start saying, at this tech level, how would we kill this bastard? That's gonna because that's gonna take some trial and error. What we're gonna do is 300. Yeah, 300. Yes, it's steel. It's 400. Yeah, red ammo. We have red ammo. Well, we don't, but we will eventually. This one. Ironium. And completely useless to do this. Right, we are going to do something different. First, let's get one of these and just remove stuff. Good. And map view, and then this one. Ah, damn it! I can't do it in this mode. Why can I not do it in this mode? Oh, there we go. This is what we want. No? Please tell me they haven't fixed this. Have they fixed it? Oh, I think I have to do it that way. Yeah, it has to be a blueprint, yes. Oh, right. That was how it was. Yes, it was because it had to be, then go to map view. Let's see if I can remember this. And then I paste a ghost, and then I open the ghost, and then this is where I put in. Map view. Okay, maybe not right there, but here. Yes, and go in here. And then this one. Okay, so they get built automatically. Vulcanus first. Vulcanus first. Yeah, and of course this doesn't work because we're in this mode. But let's. Okay, so this is the thing. Yeah, because we're in editing mode. But let's say that we want to build a shape and we want to lure it into that shape. Remember, we actually, I kind of have to do this myself because I need to know if the shape is good. We want to have as many of those. Can you remember with your setup earlier today with 75% in a square with 15 ammo each? Just so you have an idea. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the simple thing is like we could always just build something like this and then you go like, yeah, that's fine. What is that? 5. There, that's 25. And then I'm pretty sure this would be fine. No, I'm not. Because I'm actually really low tech level ammo wise here. What do you personally think is the best thing about Factorio Space Age? Thank you, Shepard, for the trigger rant. Oh man. Quality. There we go, that trigger rant. Okay. I'm Yeah, landmines before. Yeah, landmines do require explosives, and we don't have explosives yet. So I'm kind of thinking like, what is the minimum amount of effort that we can do in order to clear those? That's why I don't jump straight into that because that's another. All right, let me answer that 10,000 channel point thing with more than just a single word: quality. I think quality is the best part of Space Age. Why? Uh, like if we think about the different oh if okay, so the way that I would evaluate what is the best feature is try to take it out and see how much the game would change. If you take out Gleba, who cares, right? So just sort of for context, if you take out Aquilo, okay, whatever. Like it doesn't change the feel. Sure, it's going to be a little bit less, and you could also say, what, how you, yeah, but the tech is just going to be shuffled around. Um, but quality is what makes it from 100 hour to 1,000 hour. It's that simple. Quality means that you. I feel that quality is almost designed, intentionally designed to screw me over. It seems like this would be a quality. The quality would be a feature that they would come up with because they're tired of seeing people using the same blueprints. So they come like, okay, how do we make sure that people don't use the same blueprint? Because we're tired of seeing everyone copy pasting the same damn blueprints everywhere. We want people to innovate themselves, and that okay, that means we need to have like different versions of the same thing that does something different. Quality. So now I might have some uncommon, and you might have some rare, and because you've been focusing a little bit more on this. Or if I want to do something, then I can't expect for you to have 1,000 rare substations, for example, at this stage of the game. You might have, but I wouldn't count on it happening. And therefore, suddenly designs are very much more individual, because some people would go like, "Oh, you can't live without your furnaces being rare quality," and other people are like, "Ah, fuck it, a furnace is, or not a furnace, a foundry is good, so whatever." And I guess we answered the question now here for this one. 70. 70 is fine, and 66 survived. Was it really 7 by 10? Yeah, so 70, and there's 66 surviving. Nope. These are dead. Okay, so that's actually not true. That's how many survived. Great, 41. Okay. That's not bad. I mean, you don't have to kill so many of these. Yeah, so that's actually the best part about the game, I think, is the way that the best part of Space Age is the quality part, because it means that there's a lot of different answers to the same question. How are you going to build your spaceships? That's one of the parts where for some it's like, yeah, whatever, I just build with normal components. But other people will be like, no, 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 spaceships are really valuable, so you want to save up some rare quality items for that. And I think that that's a brilliant thing. I don't like the names, but we've gotten used to them. And yeah, I think it just works really well for what it does. Completely until I unlocked legendary, it was fine, although fairly slow science progression. Exactly, Mark. That's the one way you can go like, I don't bother with all the intermediates, or someone people would be going like all the intermediates. I think that my strategy is normal, rare, legendary. That's it. Not, and then very few exceptions where I would use the other ones. What? Who? Oh, oh crap! How's the ship not? Dude, how did that not work? That makes no sense. This one should be fine. Okay. Do we have like a 5 minute ago save? Yeah, that one. That's fine. Okay. I want to go to space. So in 5 minutes, this ship is going to kill itself. Okay, well, I can rant and rave, and then we can figure out why this kills itself in 5 minutes. Huh. Okay, so where are you? You are on Fulgora, which is the worst place because that's not enough power. And let's see, you are, yeah, struggling with power, but it still should be fine. And what is the trigger condition here? Okay, so that needs to get to 400, and then hopefully it'll survive. And then we'll see that as it gets to 400, it'll actually not survive. That's probably what we're going to see. So anyway, so quality does that where each build is different. And I think that I want to do, like, yes, obviously I'm going to make here in the beginning, but once we sort of build a quality factory with recycling and stuff, I'm going to upcycle to rare quality and not bother with any uncommon quality. Uncommon quality will just be scrapped everywhere, always. I think that's just the safest way of looking at it. Some exceptions for like a upcycler or something, but for ingredients, we'll do the small upcycler we build, or maybe do a better one when we get around to it, and then that should be the end. $360. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. I don't think spaceships are fun, and it's a good addition, but it's not something I'm super excited about. I feel that the spaceship design is spaceships in general. It's a fun design challenge, but it's, in my opinion, a little bit too much. Like you're cramming it in to the model that you already have. Like the whole idea of having belts and make ammo and catching asteroid, it's like it's really forcing it into the, this is a factory game, so spaceships must be factories, which is a little bit forced in my opinion. And it goes. It should go. It should go very soon. Oh. Why is this? Okay, but you're here, but then apparently the oxidizer is not keeping up. Huh. Why? It has water, but that's fine. Only 37.5, so that's gonna take a while. This one keeps going. What is the... Oh! Shit, what? Oh, that's back on Vulcanus. What is this thing? Interplan corvette has been idling for 10 minutes. Really? Why do we have that? Where did I copy that from? Oh, right, that's this one, the one that was copied from here. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. We have so... Oh, there we go. It left. And this one has 400. Okay, so let's see why it kills itself now. It probably goes too fast. Yeah. And then it just... It's fine now, I'm sure. Timing-wise, it makes sense. Oh, that's significant. That one. It's going too fast. Yeah, this is exactly what we saw. And this is when we jumped over. And we saw these coming in. Okay. What is the thrust value we've set it to? I have to do that again. Okay, we get to test two things at once here, which is both things that we want to test. This one, I will now set it to 180. It might be because it's these are full of thrust in the beginning, so they'll be thrusting more. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll go back to Vulcanus. Nope, we'll go back to... Yeah. Six, 7, 8. Like a square of 64, right? 64. Let's see if that's a better shape. $60. It's not a better shape, but it's more compact because everyone covers everything. As soon as it touches one, it's going to touch all of them. Maybe we should also stop filling the fuel we're stopped at a planet. Yeah, maybe. That's a good point. Just makes it a lot more complicated, because then I'd need another circuit condition. Well, not a lot more complicated, but I would need to... How the hell would I do that? I'd have something like this, and then it will be like planet less than 3. 3 and E are the same for me, and green. So then it'll send everything through, right? And V is greater than 0. What's that? What's the condition now? V, the value is greater than 0. Plan distance 3, because this, if you hook this one up, then you can set read planet. Oh, there you go. So this works, but you lose basically all of them. And then it'll just be like, it'll send a green signal. No, not a green signal, a yellow signal. Output 1, yeah? And these will now be enabled when yellow is greater than 1. Yeah, and this one will be, oh crap, nope, Fulgora. Good. Pause thrust. Because we need to change it. This. Okay, you can read moving from and read moving to, which means that it's now sending also the planet signal in. It's sending a signal of 1 when it's moving to the planet, sending a signal 2 when it's moving away from the planet, and sending a signal 3 when it's parked at the planet. So basically, when it says, when it's less than 3, then it is not parked at the planet. If either of these is equal to 3, then it, right now, hold on, maybe I'm doing it the other way around. I want this to pump the thrusts. So this one should be thrusting when no, the other way around. Damn it. So I want all of them. Okay, when are we going to? No, that doesn't work. To test out tank with explosive shell, I don't have explosive shell. That's the part. It's way better. Not explosive shell, but non-explosive shell. Like the normal shells are really good, but I don't have those yet. So. So what is the condition? Okay, my problem now is that it can get stuck. If these are empty of fuel, then it will never actually put fuel in, because it will not put fuel in if it's parked. That's the problem. So if it starts empty, then it will never be in a position where it leaves the planet. The target will change when it wants to leave. Does it? Or does it change when it is leaving? Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, so if just one of these is false, then it doesn't go. And then V is greater than 0, but V is a bad number, right? Because the V is actually yeah. Oh. Oh shit! It's coming out as a -3. Okay. Let's take you out. So this one is now coming in and saying, in this case, -3. Or -3, not -3, but -3. So now it will not pump. This is the delta V. This is actually not the velocity. This is the discrepancy between the velocity we want to use and the velocity we have. Okay, so let's see. And this one has green conditions to go. Unfortunately, these are still... actually, let's do that. I'm gonna do... Yeah, these are empty. And they are not getting filled up. They only got what was in the pipe here. Good. There, and then... Now we do that. Wait 30 seconds for it to be happy. And then we'll see how this goes. Base acceleration. Desired delta V, yes. Can say that. Almost. And push, 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 push. There. And now it turns off. Because it's up to speed. And then it falls down. Then it gets thrust and fall off. Oops, I need to take a save. And it's also 9 o'clock. So it was about a little more than halfway where it was simply catching or getting too fast. And that's like variation. Or it's always like on the 80% of the way through that it gets most busy. This doesn't look particularly dense. Not as dense as last time. I want to see that it stops pumping when it gets into the next planet here. This one. And then, there we go. That turns off. Now everything is online, but it doesn't pump anything in here, and then, but it's still full. So it didn't do anything. Because it pumps so quickly that this one is completely irrelevant. Although the oxidizer is not pushing. I wonder why. Okay, that's because the oxidizer... Yeah, oxidizer is a half. Somehow the oxidizer is just not burning as much, or probably because this one's always ahead and it doesn't sort of fill up. So in this case, it will be... Well, it'll be oxidizer constrained anyway. So once this one has to go up, and this one's ready, and yeah, okay. And it is ready to go now, but it's now waiting for... So this is a really bad ship. Remember that. And also with bad ammo upgrades. So it is the first ship, and it's working okay-ish. We should probably have another ship that's like, okay, we built the first one. It's getting a little annoying how much time it needs. Yeah, I will not fill up any halfway, but it was... If it had more, then it would probably be The same problem. Wonder which one will be... Well, this one's gonna go faster, so the thrust will be completed soon. There. Let's see if it breaks. Okay, and I will take a little bit of a break, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. And it's moving again. Alright, we're back. And, well, it's just moving here, so we don't really know anything until we get... This one is empty, this one is also empty, so let's see what happens. How quickly it registers that it should stop thrusting when it gets there. You can see here, -1, -3, because that's heading away from this, heading towards this, and there, and now it stops. So how much got thrown in here? Full thrust. It's the same condition, but somehow, like, we have equally much, but why is this one responding faster? Or maybe that's because there's actually something in here already. Feels weird. Yep. I mean, you could always make this better, but more stable by just doing that. But I don't want to do that if I don't need it. And I don't think we need it now, but I also... Well, I want to see when it departs again from here. Okay, so where are we? How far are we away? Okay, that's probably like the same time it takes to get those completed. Do they have different burn rate? They shouldn't have. Okay, 4.2. Okay, so these will reach faster than the firearms. But I want to see if it... how fast it goes up to speed, and then if it stays there for long. But because it shouldn't, because the thrust will be consumed here, the oxidizer will be consumed almost immediately, and then it will stop thrusting and only thrust where necessary. So it's not like there's a big buffer in here that's going to be burning. It's guns on the side that's the problem. And there's the thrust, and it's already slowing down, isn't it? No. Oh yeah, I set it to 200. Yeah, okay. So it is fluctuating pretty well around 200. And now it's out of juice, so now it's just thrusting with whatever it can. Yeah. Pretty efficient burn rate, I guess. We are here. And the speed is like really pathetically slow. This is not a good spaceship, but it's dirt cheap. I think that it wants to have speed 160. That's 160. It's simply burning too much. It's not the travel speed that really matters. I mean, does this matter? It matters in the sense that it actually now conserves more resources, I guess. It's also weird why the thruster oxidizer is not running to 0, but it's kind of something. Why is it not using the last bit? Production ran out a long time ago. The internal buffer can stay in equal. Yes. Using the pipe from the pump. What? Yeah, this one is full and this one is empty. That's the big difference. Ah, yeah. Not invading the conditions on the lights. The conditions velocity equals 0. Yes, this one. There. There you go. So now that's completely empty everywhere. And this one has 1.5 and this one's 1.5. So now there's everything is equal. No pipe buffer, no nothing, no internal buffer. It should be as it is. Right. Yeah. I don't know. It is correct that the thrust region here is not great. And I'm kind of thinking how I could make it better. Like, obviously, it's because this is not working fast enough. We have full water contained, so it is the chemical plant speed here that's not holding up. If we did this and this, it would be marginally better, but not actually that much better. And it would use significantly more power. It doesn't really, it just gets like, what is it, 30% better? I mean, it's something, but it's not really. I'd much rather have 2 of these at minus 80% power than 1 at plus a lot power. Is power constrained? Yes, very much. And then I'd have to sort of build more solar panels, and then the ship gets bigger. Yeah. The point about these being shooting at things on the side, then yes, that is true. But you also kind of have to when you're parked, because things will come in from the side. Not often, but it could happen. And therefore you have to be able to protect it from the sides. And that means shooting at things that you don't have to shoot at. But mainly the guns are up front. And yeah, maybe you could take this one out and then sort of make it more in the middle or something like that. I don't know if I want to update this ship. Yeah, I'm getting distracted. There we go. So could I reorganize the part down here? But this is so convenient. The fact that I can just shovel them directly in here is so convenient. And I can't do that if I don't use this pattern here. Yeah, I don't want DPS. I don't want something that's this kind. I want something that's pretty simple, because it is a starter ship. So I don't want like, oh, and in this case, then this case, but unless then if you're on this planet, but then do this, and no, it's complicated. It's too complicated. I want something. This is why I'm striving for. Here are all the parameters, and then if you understand what they do and how much you store of each. What's wrong with direct insert crusher to chemical plant? Then I need a chemical plant, or a crusher, separate crushers, one for this part and others for that part. But it's a thing, definitely. Let's trim this. I'm just kind of working my way what this should be. If I want two of these, two of each, right? Then this one will be, what was this? This was that one. Sounds flip. And this is going to use how much water? And I want the water in the middle for sure. Oxidizer. This is better. Except now I don't have a water storage, or I potentially only have 2 water storages. By the way, I looked it up, and tanks and explosive shells are blue tech. It's only uranium. Yes, I know, but I don't have any production of explosives anywhere, so I'd have to add a production of explosives. And production of explosives on Vulcanus is definitely something we can do, because we have to do it anyway for cliff explosives. But if it's definitely a thing. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to be better, and production-wise, it's going to be completely even on water. So our buffer is going to be here with the water. This is really not a great build. Hold on. These are going on the inside. What the hell are you doing then? Oh, right, because this was supposed to be on the inside. Okay, never mind. Then this is better. Like that. Okay. Yeah. You need yellow upgrades to do proper damage, though. Yes, that's correct, and we don't have that. So that's going to have to be... Thank you, but not right now. I think this is a good way to make it, and then we'll get the thrusters. These are really these are impossible to make. There. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, right. So that's actually not a good idea. Kind of trying to figure out what we can do, but no, that's not good. Never mind. You always seem, for me, as an expert of kinds of weird topics, may I ask some sort of fatherly advice from you? Sure. And welcome. Not sure. That's a new one. So close. This one was one out, because it is a weird one. Can you go one higher and cut out this stretch of rope pipe between the engines? A pipe between the engines and the chemical plants. Yeah. Water storage doesn't exist in this one, unfortunately. Then I'd have to do something like this. I mean, that's probably also still better. then now I can't do water storage in either location, for example. Both locations for symmetry. I mean, it really doesn't matter that much if it's completely stylized or whatever. Yeah. Then this one can just pump in here, pump in there, and then that's fine. This one, not fine. But that's solvable by adding that space in the middle instead of out here. Then now it's also symmetrical on the sides. There's one space, two space, something like this. It's a lot of a dead space here. Not liking it too much. Yes. Maybe that's a thing. Oh, so close. Oh yeah, that would also not work. But like this? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I don't get the vertical pump thing. I mean, yes, I get the vertical pump now. Don't know how that would be. That could be done better. But this is obviously better. Now there's even a little bit of dead space for us. This is not awful, is it? Place the ice thing sideways. Ice thing. This one? Ice thing sideways. Is this an ice thing? Yeah. Good idea. Except now I don't have the connection anymore. But this might also be okay if I have two water tanks, then they each have their own. That's stupid. Thank you for saying that. Oh, that's so close. One off. That's an option as well. But then you now connect the other way around. I don't know if this makes any difference in terms of spacing. No, it doesn't. This is so much dead space. Tanks can win one inwards now. Yes, they can. Not that it really matters because I still have like really big area here. 8x2, that's junk space. Damn. Obviously we can use a little bit of the junk space with this, so. Or we would have to get more junk space and then get the water tank in the middle. Because that could actually, if I can get this one pushed one out.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
There. And this one. And Nis, thank you for the 61 months. Just in time for the hype train to reset. And this part. One out. And thank you, Silver Cecil. Yeah. Yeah, this is better. This is better, right? It doesn't take much more space, but we still have like idle space out here that somehow can't be used for anything useful.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Like this space here we can definitely clean up. Yeah, this can be somewhere else. At least this part can be somewhere else. And that was Masterclass. Thank you for the Prime for 13 months and a Random Max for the 64 months. That's a power of 2. Move the Ice Crusher to left. Don't know what that does for us, but I was thinking that I could take this one and move that here and then have it insert directly, basically like this, and then have that one, and these two will now go somewhere else. This is out, and you are going to be in this space somehow, which means all of this one up. Somehow that worked. Because now this one will actually import or insert the iron ore, if this is iron ore, directly in here. Ah, fit to solar. Right. Then that one could be moved over here, and this one could still be up on that location. That's also not completely awful. It's not amazing either, but it's not completely awful. Because you can't really put it here, but you can put it here, so yeah. And Saint the Venom, thank you for the 2 months, welcome back. And that triggered a potential train. So this thing here could just be placed over there. That's a useless location. And suddenly we get extra storage space for this one, which doesn't do anything for us. Switch left solar with a ice crusher. Why do I need an ice crusher? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Okay, you're just basically saying do it like this. There. Looks better. You're right. This is actually 6 blocks, which is exactly what I have room for here. So if I use that space, then that's the thing. But is this better? And how do I get you out on this belt here? This is so tempting, and it gets a nice big thing here, but nope. Also, we are missing the we're missing this one here. So this still has to be coming in. And then here, and then why are these are bulk inserters and the other ones are, shouldn't all of it be bulk inserters? Yes, they should. Yeah, I know I'm missing the ammo outserters. Which could be here, but also no. It's just not very good, because if I do that, then it has to be like this, which I don't like. Or... no. Wrote an essay with my question, and now Twitch tells me I can't reach over 500 characters. Oh, sorry. Copy paste it into a text document and send it as 2 texts. Right, we're still having a train that is not getting anywhere. It is as successful as trains are in space age, as in not very. So I need to bring you in here. Why not put ammo outserters to the right of the hub? Yeah, that's fine, but then I lose that one. And it doesn't really do anything. It's still going to be the same problem. I still needed to be on the out. Oh, 60 seconds on the poor level 1 train that thought it could, but couldn't. Like, we need this for the ammo. And this is potentially making 10 per second, and these here are potentially consuming 2.5, so that's not much. Factorio, that's one little
Welcome home.
little sub that could. Thank you for the 74 months. Ooh, dude in the park, saving us in the last seconds. You lost your beautiful round 100 gift subs. Now it's 106. Thank you. So, shorter. There's a prostitute above me. Are you in bed? And often in deep evening I hear bed wobbles and clatter of heels. Should I report her to the police or be kind, since I sort of like... What? Since I sort of like paid love anyway? This seems like a troll. I'm gonna take the bait. I'm gonna take the bait and pretend that this actually is. And you're talking about like fatherly advice. I don't know how that's fatherly advice you are looking for on that one. Maybe this is, maybe I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and saying that on your concatenation of your long essay, you might have lost a little bit of nuance in your statement. First of all, how do you know she's a prostitute? Do you know, like, have you inquired about rates? Second of all, is that illegal? Is the first and only option reporting to the police? And like, could there also be like, hey, hello, dear neighbor, are you aware that when you're walking around with heels, it's very noisy? And then, like, another dimension is you're living in an apartment. Part of the perks of living in an apartment is that you can hear your neighbors. There's just no 2 ways about it. This is just it. This is just how it is. This is one of the disadvantages of living in an apartment building, that you can hear your upstairs neighbor, your downstairs neighbor, your sideways neighbor, and that's just part of it. And it's maybe, since you're saying fatherly advice, then maybe you're also having kids, and maybe those kids are also making noises at maybe 7 in the morning on weekends, and that's not something that's something nice to have. Hey, hello, Nephrom's raiding party. Thank you very much for joining. We're joining just as we are talking about how to deal with a upstairs noisy neighbor. I think the rest of the question was not really relevant. And we're also in a little bit of a hype train that is just not really getting anywhere. So, Nephroms, did you complete your speed run, and are you happy with it? let me sort of park that one we talked about, because I don't even know how to go from it. You live in an apartment, accept that noises are going to be there. That's just the way it is. I would not jump straight to reporting to the police. Definitely not. Strange question to ask a Factorio streamer. Well, I'm not just a Factorio streamer. New world record. Well, congratulations, Nephrom. So let me ask you a question, dear Nephrom, if you're still around, and not related to upstairs neighbors. Um, do you like the state that speedrunning in Factorio is at? I know this is a loaded question, because for me, the fact that you have to spend, I don't know, now I'm just imagining like 9 hours on one run seems a little bit disheartening, and not something you can fit into, oh, let me just stream tonight. But it's more like, let me clear the counter. Plus, I can imagine that you're also a little bit tired at the end of a 9-hour speed run. It's a 404. Thank you for the 23 months. All right, and we are down to the last 1 minute. This train does not seem to be going anywhere. But it's the last chance to get this run going, or this hype train going. 13 subs to complete level 2. I think the run are a bit too long, but it's a bit hard for me to get time. Yeah, I could imagine. Like, this is not exactly your full-time job, and even if it was, then sort of sitting down in the morning and go like, all right, we're gonna do a run, and after 7.5 hours, you realize that you forgot something, and then the run is botched. Especially as the speed runs become more optimized, then it takes less to ruin a run, and therefore you might actually be in a position where, yeah, you already know that you spend 4.5 hours and the run is dead, but you kind of planned for a full day. So are you going to continue and not know that you will not get a world record, or are you going to ditch it and then start half a run? Oh, and the train died. Damn, this train is not going anywhere. Much better to do trains on Sundays than on Mondays, I guess. Well, as there are, that's a loaded question. As there was a change in map settings and can extend even longer. Oh, that sounds even worse. Yeah. Saw her once, and she is definitely, if I ever seen one, and I have seen a lot. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that. Well, that is super presumptuous of you. Like, you're judging someone by the looks. Don't like that. Nope. So anyway, back to Factorio. We are also doing a little bit of Factorio here. We're designing an early spaceship. Let's just talk about a little bit about what we're doing here. Let's go to we are doing kind of the opposite of, opposite of a speed run. We are just meticulously designing things, and what I'm designing is how we land on Vulcanus. This is where we are. I have also been doing on the Novice, starting, oh, that's not Novice, well it is, but it's not the one, the Novice, this is design space. Start making a light starter base that looks familiar with nice crisp designs everywhere. And this is basically how we're going to be building the base to get off Novice in the first place. And then once we're off, then we went to space and did a little bit of design space, which is what we were doing third Vulcanus ship. This one is the one we were sort of redesigning because there were some issues with the first version, and now we're doing a little bit of changes, and we're also looking at Vulcanus itself, just to say what are the first things we want to do when we land on Vulcanus. So that's kind of how it works. Is the best way to get legendary spoilage for modules making bioflux into nutrients and just waiting? I guess if that's, I usually end up with hundreds of thousands, or usually, but I end up with hundreds of thousands of legendary spoilage. So I don't know where they come from, but they just happen to be there. My trick to making legendary spoilage is to transport legendary bioflux between planets. Then after a while, it just turns into legendary spoilage. I don't know. So yeah, but if you want to sort of sit down and process it, then make it into the nutrients is probably the best way. I see someone wearing a construction helmet and reflective vest. I think they're a construction worker. I would argue it's less about not making assumptions, but more about knowing that assumptions could be wrong. If you're going to be reporting someone to the police for something illegal based on them wearing a hard hat and a vest, that's just not. I am not with you on that one. I am just not with you on that one. Because then the police would be knocking on my door and for the same thing because neighbors would be complaining. I mean, and maybe you're correct, but damn, I would be so cautious about it. Like I think I'm also like a little bit biased in this regard when it comes to these kind of assumptions, because I read Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman 3 times, and that one is all about the biases that we have. So I am super aware of it. So sometimes when I see something and it just looks off, then I tell myself, no, don't be so judgmental. And there's in the lounge that I'm frequenting, I was leaving and there were 2 people there and they just did not look like they fit in. There was something off about him. And my girlfriend was approaching me like, hey, what are you guys doing here? And I was like, just and I was like, whoa. We went out and talked to her. I was like, oh, chill. And she was like, they don't look like they belong here. I was like, I know, but you can't be so presumptuous about like, just because they don't look the part, they should be welcome. And it turns out they were not supposed to be there. And the same when you see someone you guess their sexual orientation based on their demeanor, then I always get disappointed when it's correct because I'm like, come on, I hate when stereotypes are true. I don't want stereotypes to be true. I want it to be nuanced, and I want to be wrong when stereotyping people. And therefore I'm also so triggered when when someone says they want to report something to the police based on sounds and dress. Like that is just not, like, first of all, don't give a shit. Like, reporting someone to the police is not a nice thing to do if they are not sort of actively hurting you. Yeah. It was so beautiful when you realize that the one you had assumed bad about is actually really kind and humble guy. Yes, it is. Assumption: if the consequences for being wrong are high, source of false police report, it's more valuable to err on the side of caution. Yes. And this is an actual crime. Of course, but even if it's an actual crime, this is just my perspective. Even if there is an actual crime taking place, it has to do something to me for me to do something. Like, I'm not going to report someone for speeding in traffic. It doesn't affect me. It's not something. When the police knocked on my door and looked for my neighbor, I wasn't being particularly helpful because that's not my place. That's their job. They have to figure out who he is, where he is, what he's been doing. That's not me. I don't need to be helping them on anything like that. He has done nothing wrong to me. I do think that it's a little bit curious that he is unemployed and sometimes he drives a brand new white Lamborghini. It's just a little bit weird that he sometimes has access to a Lamborghini. It doesn't seem like something you have access to as unemployed in Denmark. But, it doesn't hurt me. I'm not going to be thinking, where is he? Do you know what time he is? What is his name? Like, I don't know. I say hi to him. That's your job. You do that. So, if someone does something infringes on your life, then report something. Of course, but that's not the thing here. But this is about a neighbor that's noisy, and then you report them to the police because of their looks. That's not okay in my book. That's not how we roll. Anyway, how we roll is nowhere because this spaceship isn't really getting completed. But hey, I love those kind of dilemmas there. Remind me of that Harley riding rocker gang that made it their mission to provide protection and comfort to victims of CSA. CSA, don't know what CSA is. So, oh, okay, well yeah. What would you report if you'd seen a murder? Of course. Of course. But it's like, it's, I also have it from like friends who are like ex-friends, got a divorce, and then he wanted to report his now ex-wife for social fraud because she had been working while getting some subsidy from the government. Like, don't fucking do that to the mother of your children. Like, that is just, that's just, you're just a bad person if you do that. Like, how are we getting this sidetracked? I love it. I love getting sidetracked. We just have Factorio in the background. I mean, who's the Factorio streamer who is not a Factorio streamer but is just a drama streamer but has Factorio in the background? I don't know. Someone. Maybe that's what I'm trying to be. Drama. Woo, yeah, Destiny. Exactly. Nilaus, thank you. Destiny is Destiny, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I like this design. It's a little bit empty so here and there. Is it okay? Maybe it's also because prostitution is not illegal in Denmark. Therefore, having someone report police and sort of facing severe consequences for it seems a little bit rash for something that, in my opinion, isn't really something that should be considered illegal. Or just because it's legal somewhere doesn't mean that it's sort of morally reprehensible. There. And maybe that's just because I'm a little bit more open on that. We have a problem. Our problem is, how the hell do we get this one out of here? We need somewhere to get this out. Maybe there's actually an option for doing something like this. It's something, right? It's not great, and it goes out in the outside belt, which is where it should belong. Oh, come on, there. And then again, we end up with a completely useless space here. There's so much dead space in this one. Space on the right now. Right. What? Like this? This is right, but I don't know why. This doesn't work, if that's what you're thinking. Five things. That's one. I really dislike this. And now that one doesn't fit anymore. If you wish to use the space, move the water tank to the position of one of the solar panels and add a second water melting facility. Maybe that's a better idea. Now what? This can't be right. This can't be the way that things are supposed to go. These are now pushed out as far as possible. And here's another alternative, and that is pushing this further down. And then getting this one. That gives us a little bit more space for, though in a different shape. That could be something like this then. Which again still is more wasted space. Just, there's lots of spaces of this size everywhere. Is this the initial transport design? Well, kind of. I had another initial one, but I didn't like it because it was not producing enough fuel to sort of work continuously. Now the chemical plant doesn't get ice cubes. What? Oh yeah, the one of them doesn't get ice cubes. Damn. You're right. This just got worse, didn't it? Yeah, kind of. Now I lost my water tank for no reason. No upside. I could do this one. Move you one in. I can move you one in. Does that do anything for us? Well, it means that we could get our water tank back out here. And then there's still sort of a space out here. So that's more utilization. But again, now we have still the same, if not worse issue, that we don't have a way to get this out. Unless there's some magical way that this could happen. The circuitry, yeah, I mean, that's also an option. But another one is just moving the whole thing one down, which was proposed as well. Just go like, yep, it just takes a little bit more space. So the circuitry could just be here, and you could be here, and then I would just get these two. Okay. That was not what I wanted. I wanted the filter. Can I do filters like this? Yes. Just so much space wasted. On the other hand, maybe that's not the worst case because this was still something I wanted to have. Now I can maybe also do it on the other side.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yeah.
Welcome home.
Maybe. And Jaguar, thank you for the 41 months. But you didn't have the second chemical plant anyways, as one produces enough. One produces enough, but it might be nice to have a surplus so that it can actually fill it up and when there's a downtime. Because that's kind of the same as saying, if I only have one, then I don't need the water tank, because if it's producing at the right rate, then I don't need it. Like, if I take one of these out, I have to take this out, because then I'm just saying it'll be always at ratio, which I think is a little bit naive to think. Ah, I thought there was just be room for something there, but nope. Nope, nope, nope. The tanks in the factories. Yeah. There's a little bit more wasted space here. I'm also thinking, leaning towards not having these, but instead having extra here. Then they'll shoot less out to the side and more sort of only in the front. This one will cover anything in the side. Oh no, this is a problem. It does not cover everything inside. Oof. Okay, I'll get you out. What if it gets right down there? This is one of those where, like, yeah, that's not happening. Hand waving. Not happening. Because I can't build it here. So this is as good as it gets. And then we have to figure out how this one gets in here. Like that. Okay, so this is what it looks like now. Got a little bit bigger. Inside the belt loop and having the fuel oxygen more vertical. I mean, the size of the ship is kind of what it is, so. Uncommon turrets? No. Uncommon turrets. Oh, uncommon turrets at the bottom. Ah, that's a good one. Ah, yes. That might help. How heavy is it? 213? There it is. 868. Oof, that's a lot. Try on the bottom belt like you did. But then I'd remove the solar panels. I don't really. Yes, I can do it here. Oops. Then I could build one like that. But I don't like it. But then I'd much rather actually do it like this and then. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think that's worth it. It will reach everyone. But the thing is, there's nothing else to use this space for, so that's advantageous to use it for this, because there's nothing else to do, right? It certainly works, but it's not great. Splitter and underground to the open space next to the pumps. Splitter and underground. I mean, it's a sexy idea, but even then it doesn't work because I don't have space for that, so. It would need more space than that. But it's a nice idea. also be like this. And there's just no way. We just lost 2 solar panels. And I think we need more solar panels. I think this helps a little bit. This is not necessary. I'm also fundamentally disliking this part. The fact that this is a separate build is just ew to me. There's just so many things about this that I don't like, that I'm not really ready to call this done and say, yep, that's it. This is how we do it. If we look at, can we do a map view? Like, coverage, it's fine. Move a tank and pump 1 block to the outside, and then turret plus inserter will fit. I don't see how that would fit. Yeah, I don't see how that fits. Yeah. I don't see how that gets us anything. Unless I did this and then put that one in here. Then it would fit, but... So. Anyway, another hour passed, and we'll take a short break and then be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Alright, welcome back. This one does not go back on the belt. That's because that would prevent other stuff from being on the belt. It would compete against the asteroids, and I don't want those. I don't want something as trivial as iron ore to compete against, to sort of fill up the belt so I can't put asteroids there. So iron ore has to go in here because it stacks to 50, while asteroids don't stack, so asteroids have to go on the belt. So this one has to be going in here to be feeding up into this line. Or alternatively, it has to feed directly into this line. That's another angle, but there's not enough room to pick up. That'd be something like this. Boop. I mean, then I don't have to use this if I could put it up here. Alright, well, Like this, because then you could go in here. And would that work going outside? Yes, it would actually work. This would work as well. And then these two would just be one forward. And then... That's not the worst thing we've ever seen. Pick them up! No, you don't. Well, that's no good. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Oh. That one. We don't have these on the ship. I forgot to plan that in. Save. I did save. I saved right before the break. Oh, crap. Because this has to be right there. Which means the whole damn thing has to be moved down. Everything we just worked so hard for is now thrown at the wayside. Hold on. There's actually a better option here. They go on the inside, yes. Okay, that was kind of lucky. Okay. And then we can reestablish, but we lost our water supply. One of these can be water supplies, so that's fine. Okay, that actually didn't cost us too much. And this one is not even needed because we have this up here. Okay. Interesting. If you wiggle around, you get more spell storage. Yes, but I don't like that. That's too absurd. Okay, so now we need to do this part. Let's see. This is where we have all the parameters. Yes. This is where we have all of... Oh, these 5, they don't exist at all. Do they? this. The launch condition should be turned around, right? See that 8,000? That should be... That should actually be using these values, right? This is taking... Oh, this is going over here. Okay. Mm-hmm. This launch condition seems odd. Why 200? What's this used for? I don't think I need this. Right, fuck it. Let's get rid of it and then build it, rebuild it when I need it. I need to get a read from what is in here. Yes. So what's in here minus what we have, then that's how much we want. Then I also need to get a read on the belt. This one, read all belts. Okay. So that gets a read on what is on the belt. And then it outputs what value. This value is then going to go into here. And that will then set the filters for all of these. Good. This one will always work because it's just going to push out on this lane. Sure. And this is only working up to 200. That's a weird number. But I've hard-coded it to 200. That's even weirder. Oh, it's because it's actually saying 200 in here. Mm-hmm. So this is controlling what? We also need to monitor how much is in these boxes versus here. Because that should be the threshold. So that's also on a green wire. The green wire is just monitoring everything inbound. Oh, lucky. Okay. So we now have some value here. Yes. Which means we can also use this as a launch condition by monitoring all these values. This value is 200 minus... Where's those 18? Those 18 are the ones that are floating around, which is not great. Because then this one should be 500. This should be everything that's in the box. And... yeah. That means you are actually not going to be controlled by that value, but you're going to be controlled by this value, because this is the control. I want the green to go in here. The green is collecting information from everywhere, and the red is sending the signal yes, no to everything. This one will be the one that controls everything, I hope. It's outputting. It's not getting any... Okay, and then it also should go in and control these two pumps, which they are now just pushing in here, so that's not good. I don't think you have iron ore input into hub anymore. No, I don't. But I don't need it. Because the only thing I wanted iron ore in here... Oh, right, that one. That's not needed then. And this should then be turned, and this one should be turned as well. There we go. Because they will now come from this one up here. So go in here, get all these feeding, and then this is a really clean design, I think, this part. The fact that we could put it up here and then it gets even more sort of curved shape, which is really nice. And this one particular was so nice. Like, really nice. Okay. Also, this little dent, I'm starting to like it more, as you can see. Let's get some random asteroids. Come on, little ones, go faster. There we go. And they are correctly on the right sides, yes. Yeah. Possible option. I mean, this, I like this option. I'll check Steam chat. That's why it's there. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think that's interesting. Although now it doesn't fit anymore with this. Now I don't know how that would fit here. Wrong side belt? What is wrong side belt? Ice goes up. Ice goes up to. Oh, it is true that something is on the wrong side of the belt. Like that one. Don't need long hand and sound. What are we talking about? Don't need. I don't know where we have. I don't know where the problem is. Top crusher put back on the wrong side. Top crusher. This one. This puts in the right hand side in the direction of travel. It should. Oh, maybe it's because it's the corner thing. Yes, it does. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh no. It was so beautiful and it did exactly what it should be, but oh. Really? Really? Ah, there's no way of fixing it. Oh, fuck. And this is not going to be different because it's still going to be putting in. Yeah, when it outputs in a corner, it always puts in the inside of the corner. This is fucking stupid. Oh, make it a red one. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Whew. That's good. Let's try and get you. Come on! I want something that outputs. It should output once in a while, but... Good. Confirmed. We saved it. Saved. Good. Whew. Alright. What else did we not get? We did not get the control of this. So should this one also have that thing we set up before, or is that irrelevant now? Do turrets protect thrusters? Nope. No, they don't. But as also was saying that's Might not be necessary because that could be like, well, whatever, fix it with a, what's it called? Yeah, just a repair pack. But anyway, I need to control this. I need to get this signal into that one, which is too far away. And what is this thrust going to be like? This is going to be when V is greater than 0. Which is exactly what it is now, but it shouldn't be exporting right now. Working? Working? Shouldn't it say enabled instead of working? Because it's not really working right now when it's pump speed. And what else? What else are we missing? I'm missing the launch condition. What is the value for setting stuff in as green? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Here. Which will then take that output and then monitor a lot of things. The value of water, the value of fuel, the value of that, and the value of ammo. I don't even need this one. Yeah, and they come out as negative values. Why? Oh, because they are... Okay, so this one just has to be less than 0, and less than 0. That's a long way off. Why is that the case? There's something wrong here. You're working, but you're not input. Ah, this one should be when it is greater than 0. There we go, that was the problem. This one has to be just continuing to fill up until we have a sum of the moving around plus what is in here to be equal to 500. That's the condition. And once we have that condition, good. All right, and that is going to be this. When all these three are true, then send a signal of 1 green signal there. And we also need a light for that so that we can see that it's there. And the question is, should that be... Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter if it's sort of recycling the signal here, going back, because it just means that I get like 1 green signal in, which doesn't matter. Green not equal, yes. It's a subtle thing, but it's correct. Yeah, I don't like the green one. As much as I said that it was not important. This one, once we get this done, then it gets a green light. And you need copy paste. No, that doesn't work. Enable when green is greater than 0. And then use color. There you go. What do we like about... Do we like this ship? I don't think it actually looks better when with the trimming in here. I think this one looks better, even though it kind of has wasted space. It's a nice little box. It's not a problematic shape in any way, but it's a nice... I think it's good. And it's, from a circuit perspective, it's pretty simple. Everything is controlled by this one. This is where you set the velocity, the minimum thresholds for all of these, not this one. This one doesn't matter because I'm not using it for anything. These are the launch conditions. No. Oops. There. Launch conditions. And then stockpile in there. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Ah, this is so much simpler now. And these can actually be 100 each. Because there is room for 300 floating around on this belt. Because now I have... This one has 480. And this is less than the 180. So there's more than 300 on this belt moving around. Good. What's the velocity in this case? Speed? Directional speed? This one's monitoring. We don't need to monitor those values. Is it an output of the thrusters? Nope, it's just monitoring here. Read the speed of the spaceship. You can read it from here. So we just read always the speed. Velocity. No, speed. It's not a vector. Let's see. This is kind of filling up. Okay, so the water is slowly filling up. Whenever there's excess, then you just completely fill that up. This one is really nice design. Very happy with it. And we can then also just look at this. We can see how much is still missing on the belt. So we still want 100 more oxide crystals or oxide chunks and a little bit more of each of these. You're happy. Just feeding it, like feeding fish. By rotating the crusher, they would fit... Rotating the crusher. What crusher? That one? What crusher? This one? But they wouldn't be able to get this one to fit in here. So, don't know which crusher you're talking about. So, and I don't see any of them being rotatable. These could be moved out a little bit, but I don't think that would make a difference. They would have to take this out, and this kind of seems appropriate. I think this is a nice ship. I like it. That spaceship, I don't think I like it in this one anymore. It says lost its luster. Green light is launch condition. Yes! And that's the one that triggers each of these to launch. That means it has enough ammo. It has enough ammo and it has enough fuel. And enough is a quantity you can set here. So if you want to have it 10,000 or something, then you can just set that. Okay, I think we're ready to let it go. And actually, I want this to be 200. I'm going to be a little more aggressive. I think that's going to be fine. Of course, I think it's going to be fine. This one. Do we not have this? Nope. Oh, it is here. There we go. All right, let's ship it off and see what happens. Choo-choo. Also, less stuff stored in here. Oh, and also we got extra space for this. What about power, though? I'm a little bit worried about power. Can you tell me some main things that's different between space and normal Factorio? Space stuff and quality. And elevated trains, but it's just so different. Like this stuff. You could use accumulators in some of the spaces, yeah, but I don't really think that accumulators have a value. I would be more inclined to do here, to put some solar panels in. So if I lost, thank you. Ship looks really nice. I might suggest using a single assembling machine with speed modules and crushing the iron in the space of the other. You can swap the M into one shit, and it fits perfectly with the ratio and efficiency module too. Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. I understand. Don't think that's what I want to do. Oh, look at that. This is actually... The stuff on the belt seems to be a little bit excessive here. Why? Oh, minus 14. So it has kind of overstacked this. Then I guess this one should not be 100, but like more like... This is not needed very much. So you should go down to 80. And the other one's fine. If we get the opportunity to actually get this to 100, then I'm going to be happy. I don't like that. It's nicer to have all of them at 90. Just feel like 100 was a little bit much. So having them all at 90 means that we have a really packed belt, but not a full belt. Because a full belt is a problem. Because there will be a response time from grabbing and then registering that it's on the belt and then turning off and then stop grabbing. There will be like a buffer that we have to cater for. It's a really nice ship. I really like it. So what does it take for us to be ready for the next one? Minus 14, this is ready, but we're still needing more ammo here. Yeah, I'm not sure with the space. I'm also just really keen on not using speed modules. Oh. That one. But then I'd have to build this in the middle and then only have one. But if I only have one of these, then how am I going to get this in and out? I can't see it. Do you have a way to get rid of surplus? I will never have surplus, so that's... I stopped grabbing asteroids. That's how I do it. I don't have any excess. So it's kind of a different mentality. Some people grab everything and then throw away the excess. I don't like that. I prefer to not grab things when we don't need it. How was Satisfactory? I saw you played it the other day. I never played, but I got it when it was on sale and been waiting for a good day to try it out. I mean, I played 1,500 hours of Satisfactory, so the fact that we played it 2 hours on Saturday, it doesn't really make a difference because I was just checking out what was new in update 1.1. So if you have Satisfactory sitting in your Steam library, then by all means I would recommend playing it. It's a great game, super fun, can throw a lot of hours into it. It is much more casual and relaxing than Factorio, which also means that it doesn't have as much depth. So yeah. Considering you're on Vulcanus, you could introduce Foundries. We're not on Vulcanus. This is going to be the first spaceship. I tried making the first spaceship smaller. This is the first spaceship we built. This is basically the idea of, okay, so what would this first spaceship look like? And this is what it would look like. I like this spaceship. I actually really like it. We had some iterations along the way where I didn't like it, but now I really like it. It does have one disadvantage, and that's the fact that it doesn't have protection towards the rear here. But if we just upgraded a single one of these, then I'm pretty much there. Like, not gonna do walls? No, walls don't serve a purpose. They just wear it down. And so having walls does not make any sense. Unless you're speedrunning. I saw Nephrons was using walls, and that's probably because using the walls as a speedrunner, you just expect to tank some. You're expecting to. Well, okay. My rationale for where it would make sense as a speedrunner to do it was that there's some variation in the amount of asteroids you get. So in my case, I want to make sure that if I get the worst kind of luck, I'm still good. But that's not a good strategy for a speedrunner. You want to sort of get by with a minimum, and throwing a few walls on top is a lot cheaper, so it works as a blade of armor. And yeah, then you sort of scale towards the average or a little less than average, because you know by the time you get there, you lose some walls, whatever. They're easy to replace, much easier than building a bigger construction material or sort of factory on board the ship. That's how what I think the idea is. Only walls and repair packs, yeah. City's wall ship, yeah, makes sense. I mean, I would also imagine that that's something where you can just build walls and have a ton of walls because they're cheap. So you just fly out and you tank everything, and then they get replaced. They get rebuilt faster than they get destroyed. That makes sense. Build a wall factory on a ship, is that even possible? No, it's not possible, because the walls are made with stone, and stone is not available in space. These giant rocks apparently are not made of rocks as stone. Oddly enough, that's one of the glaring errors in space age, in my opinion. Like, why are there no asteroids that have rocks? Why can you not get stone from that? This makes no sense. Yeah, you can't get stone in space, which is so silly. Had it at start, but then people will just build infinite walls. I don't know. I don't think it's that well thought out. That's if you have those kind of things, you certainly would. If you've been that thorough on the playtesting, you would never have allowed the LDS shuffle. So yeah. Let's see. Satisfactory is a fine game, but is much more focused on architecture and chill building. Much features you do have in Factorio, you do not have, or you have them in a restricted way. I have a game time of 6,000, soon 7,000. I love it, but I would buy it if it cost double as now, because for me it's worth it. Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. That's also kind of my take on it, which is not a big surprise that we have similar takes around here. It is much more, yeah, architecture and chill building. Chill building, I don't know what it is, but yes, that's probably what it is. Chill building. Did you see the 200 patch note that says you can now set off a nuke on Vulcanus and create Nilaus pools? No, I did not see that. That's pretty cool. That's actually really nice, because then you can get them where you need. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds nice. Yeah, chill building, like vibe coding. Yeah, vibe coding. Okay, let's say this spaceship is done. I like it. We'll keep it running and then see if it blows up. But I don't think it blows up. It seems rather robust, and I'm honestly really happy with it. Oh yeah, check power on Fulgora. Where are we now? Cleberlicious. Okay, so we need to wait for it to leave to Fulgoralicious, and then still a long way off. We can amend that. All right. Yep. Launch condition, and woo. Chill building and vibe coding. I don't know. Is anyone doing vibe coding? Because this community usually has a lot of developers in it, and I've never heard anyone talk about vibe coding before now in this forum. It might also, this is my theory, this might be something that if you're young, and then instead of learning C++, then you might be like, you know what, I think I'll learn the other thing. But if you already put the effort into learning C++, then you might be like, no, because I want to justify the effort that I put into this, or whatever else however else you're arguing. Okay, and we are now here. And yeah, it's struggling a little bit, but that's fine. That's fine. This is the worst case scenario. and it's not really a big deal. Yeah, I don't mind this. You need Vibe for coding. You are not a professional. How Vibe is good for coding. What? Has just acquired license for Codium, but I'm not convinced. Aha. It's more like a meme to me. Yeah, yeah, but I don't know. It's
Welcome back.
like I'm sure that it just go 20 years back and just 20 years back, and then coding would also be. Oh, by the way, Elberan Kant, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, so Franken Booby, thank you. Booby. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Then it would also be something like, oh yeah, but copying other people's code is not good. You have to write your own code in your own libraries. You can't just copy libraries off the internet. Like, something like that. 25 years ago, maybe. Or you have to sort of look up the repository and buy this library from someone who made it. And you can't just download it. You don't know the quality of it. And I think it's kind of the same thing. Like, obviously, you can't just take whatever garbage hallucination that an AI spews out and then just put it straight into production. But you wouldn't take someone's random library and just use it and put it into. Oh, you would. Oh, never mind. But I think critical thought is not like, oh, as long as an AI made it, it must be true. Then you're not going to be having a good time. But I would imagine like getting some structures, doing some simple things. Then, like, let's say, I don't know, I want a website and having some kind of features that can look up and you can react to, and you can click something, and maybe there's like the basic structures on a website. But I want a calendar, and I want you to be able to log in with a username, and you can click on the calendar, and you can send a reminder. You know, those kind of things. Like, sure, vibe coding is probably fine for that, but I wouldn't sort of use it for managing a country's financial transaction and payouts of for like social security. You know, like random case of maybe don't use AI for that. Hey, Timbo, the vibe coder himself. I don't know. Hello, Timbo. Want to join in and how is what are your thoughts on vibe coding? I don't know. I'm just putting you in the spot here. Vibe coder extraordinaire. Coding with AI is like pair program with Leroy Jenkins. Oh, that's a cool, cool analogy. Because I think that everyone can can sort of imagine that, and you certainly also need to have a certain age to get that. So just rewrite Google Calendar via vibe coding now. I don't know, but I was just thinking like if I wanted a website where I could uh, add my schedule and it would sort of push it to your calendar if you could sort of whatever, like some things like that, or having some perks available to members and check if I don't know, that's the kind of thing that's basic-ish. I don't know. I couldn't do it anyway. Web coding is bad in general, but AI is ideal when it load of boilerplating. If you need to do something that actually matters, it's a bad idea at the moment, in my opinion. But it works for most things that doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think that's the point. Like for things that doesn't really matter. That's why I mentioned like a website. Like if I was building a website, it would not be something that was running the country's finance. It would be something that has like a nice feature. And if it doesn't work, then fuck it, right? Could you vibe code like a hype train AI or hype train thing, right? Hype train tracker. I don't know. Probably not because it's very much API focused and it's a lot of hacking the stuff. Unfortunately, country finances are websites now. Yes, and unfortunately, they are written by AI. Good for small functions. Hype train tracker is mostly done by Vibes since Twitch. Yes, it's more about sort of patching out all the shit that the Twitch is doing and just kind of going from there. All right, I think it's time for us to go back to Vulcanus and figure out what the next move on Vulcanus is. But you're still liable for security incidents. Yeah, but there's, I mean, if you don't have anything of value on a website, like, oh no, you get access to the website. Oh no, like, then don't do it. And this is again like the argument that it doesn't replace common sense and it doesn't replace skill. But as Tim was saying, like boilerplating, doing something that has been done before, that's pretty standard, but you know that, I don't know. I'm just thinking if you're a developer, you get a contract, someone goes like, all right, I want a website and it wants these 5 standard features. And I go like, fuck it. Let's do that. Or template it, right? Hello, fat kitty. Come say hi. Oh, God. Look at this. Look at this giant cat. Now I'm also putting him on a diet because he has been eating all of the food for both of them, and yeah, he's he's gonna slim down a little bit now. No reason. Thank you, Timbo. Appreciate it. Looks very handsome. I know, and the cat is cute too, right? Kitty. It's a big kitty, a very chunky kitty. We need him to slim him down a bit, but he is getting a little bit more talkative and a little bit more attention seeking. Yeah, he's been vibe eating. Yeah, and I have him. I love him. No, you can't have him. He's mine. Already lost one cat. Don't want to lose the second one. Yeah, he's looking forward to the kids coming tomorrow. And he'll get a lot of cuddles. Yeah, so adorable. The kids says, yeah, he's very cuddly. Yeah. He's very cuddly, but he's also just very talkative. So, yes. So if he wants to go outside, he'll stand by the door and go meow, meow, meow. Then you open the door and you let him out and close the door, and then he'll stand on the outside and go meow, meow, because he wants to get in. How old is he? 2.5 years. Yeah, he's very cuddly and slimy. Yeah, yeah. He's we know he's overweight, but we it's really hard when you had one cat who was not eating something and the other cat who was eating everything, to sort of have them on separate diets, one slimming down and one fattening up. So that's not the case anymore. So now we can start managing his food intake. All right, all right. So rocket parts. Your meows like Simon's cat. It also sounds exactly like Speedy, and exactly like my girlfriend. She also has very much kitty cat sounds for some reason. Built-in intruders, huh? For what? All right, so let's figure out what the next thing is. First of all, we figured out that we can kill things with this. It's not pretty, but it works. This is not the ideal shape. We had one down here. That one. I think 15 is the right number. Because they'll die so fast. There we go. And that's here. Oh, that's a little bit bigger. Why are you not moving? Weird. There you go. That one. So let's build it like this. That's half. This is now 50, which is not enough. 60 and 70. Let's see if we got 80, and it's coming in pretty much at straight in. Okay, so let's kill the ones that died. We started with 70, and there's... No, we started... Must have started with 80 then. If there's 67 left. Yeah. Are you making ammo and turrets on Vulcanus? We're making on Vulcanus, yeah. I have the same problem with my cat, although I have a neighborhood cat that steals too. So one cat is 7.2 and the other is a slim 5.5. Wow, yeah, I don't know. If slim 5.5, I think he's probably 6 now. Okay, I think this is a sound idea. We can kill them. We can kill them without too much hassle, to be honest. There. That's 80. So let's see. Also, if it comes in a little bit off, that's 80. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't really matter how many we lose, to be honest. Things are free here, so... $55, so we lost 25. If we lose 25, and then of course all the ammo as well. Yeah. Because remember, this is... We have to kill like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe you have to kill like 6 of them just to get space. And after that, no problem. We just need to get like some tungsten and then a little bit more building space. Game sound is off. It shouldn't be. It was a little bit quiet, maybe. No, it's definitely on. I can see the bars. Right? Comments? Does artillery work against worms? Yes, but you have to target it manually. It's a bit soft, yeah. Always cautious about messing with this. Like, this is so delicate. I don't even know what to do. Music. I don't think there's music in this mode. No. Okay. Right. So now we are landed here. We built the hub. We built a little bit of solar, which is irrelevant, but we built this. We got the hub going so we can sort of build what we need. But what do we not have? This is just keep chugging along. That's fine. And that will need to launch. We basically just need 4 rockets to get everything. Yes, 4 rockets. And then we get all the science we need for the beginning. So is it worth it for us to make rocket silo or to make rocket fuel before we get that one? I would say no, because we can just say, all right, bring some rocket fuel over and then you can send it back. I think that's right. Yeah, ship ingredients for 4 rockets. Exactly. Which means we don't need to have this until we sort of we have unlocked this tech, because we want to do as little as possible in terms of useless tech. So I can actually start building cliff explosives now because I don't have anything else to need. So let's look at cliff explosives. That would be like the next thing we'd want to do. So not this one. That will come a little bit later. But cliff explosives. All right. This is making... What is it, on the 10-second cycle or what? It's on 8-second cycle and then 0.75. Make rockets near the hub in the same square. Rockets in the same square. Rockets? I can't make rockets here. Rockets? What do you mean by rockets? Maybe I'm... What do you mean? Rocket ingredients would be like its own thing. Silos? Oh, yeah. Rocket silos. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yes, that would be a good place. That's actually a good place to build like a few rocket silos. Yeah, that's interesting, this part. Whatever, we'll just have one of these. We don't have a lot of logistics robots. Now we have 200. Now we have 400. Happy little worm going. There you go. Fine, I'll get rid of all of this. Not landfill to reduce bar traffic. That's true. That's much better. You're absolutely right. I don't know what I'm thinking here. This is not going to be part of the blueprint, but let's just get rid of it like this. There you go. Whatever. Let's just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Funny how I just always want to make more of these than I need. I think I just want 2 of these here to begin with. I don't know, that when you have something that's just, there's room for it and it's completely inconsequential, then it gets really difficult to place it. When you have something that's super important, then it's meticulously placed. But this one's like, I mean, I need 2 of these and I have plenty of room, so why one place and not the other place? This one though is kind of important because I'll have all sorts of things out here for for potentially for train. Oh, no, 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 no. There you go. Oops. Oh, does that work? Yeah, it does actually work. Nice. Like that. Yeah, 2 to start, block of 20 later. Yes, exactly. And that will be sort of maybe out here or wherever we need it. Because it needs to be close to this area here. But it could also be done better than this, but I kind of want the top part. This I don't really want to mess with because I need it like this. This is like the first thing we do where we just establish the very first things like lubricant and water and then the iron, copper and steel. Oh, iron, copper, stone here. I don't know why I'm doing this. Can't help myself. It's not even in a real world. It's just do this anyway, and we can do the same thing on the other side as well. That's interesting. So now it comes in as the problem here. Oh, that's because I have a illegal line there. There we go. Yeah. So we get like one on each side. That's fine. All right. So we get the ability to launch things back again. Then the next thing we want to do is a build like this. And how much do we need? This one needs... I think I actually have a blueprint for this. That's nice. Let's try this one. And see if this is still something I like. Okay. This does not have power because it assumed that we had these powers. Yeah. This is sulfuric acid and let's try to figure out what this actually is doing and then assess it afterwards whether this is what I want to do. So, this is using simple cold liquefaction. Okay. Because it's simple. Not because I don't have the other one, but because this might as well. And then get some water, but the water we can also get from... Like, I don't need to have this because I can just get the water from the line here. And of course, these things. Now, obviously, we don't have all of these things here. We only have these mediocre ones. And we don't have this and this. And we don't need these two. Yeah. Okay, I'm stripping it down to something more simple and just trying to see what it is. Okay. So water goes in. This one is like a simple thing and then there's room for later on. 0.15, and that requires that's 1.5 explosives per second. 1.5 explosives per second. Let's see how much this is making. 1.5 explosives per second. Okay, so it's with this build, it's pretty close. Grenades will be slower. Yes, 0.09. But the grenades are actually the same speed as this, right? This is 0.15, this is 0.15. So now these, as long as they're the same module here, then they are the same speed. Yeah. And this is using 1.5, and if I look at the whole thing, then it's potential making 1.5. If I have 0.7 up here, I have more than 0.7. If I have 21 in here, do I have 21 in here? 21, no I don't. This is not even close to 21. Huh. That's it. Oh yeah, it's module, yes. But this is also not great with without modules. This one's outputting 18. This one can consume 20 and make 15. This one can consume 15. So 18.9 is pretty close to 20 to 15, 15 to 10. This one is once twice as much. This one wants 21 and it would output 1.6. But if only gets 10, then it's outputting a little less than half. There would be 0.8. These are consuming 0.7. So 0.8 is still enough. So this is also pretty close to ratio. What if I didn't have that one? Yeah. Okay, so if I only do this, would it then make sense for me to change something so that it would be more... It would be better aligned? Like, right now, it seems to be aligned very much based on, oh, we're gonna have modules. Like now, we don't have an assumption of modules. We can't put modules in, but it's slightly less awful. Or is it? It's also the argument about getting them like this. Yeah. And these have to be separate or more apart, because then I'd have to have something like... That seems awful, right? But if we could do... Yeah, they have to be like 32 apart. Like something like this could work, and then you're flipped. Where one side just goes through, and the other side is where I get all the water inbound. That's something. It does look a little bit like Robot Rush at the moment. Yeah, it does. Like this kind of thing. And then I get water in from the side. I think conceptually I like this more, but I don't think it's a better build. Because this one now ends up at the wrong location, or too far away. Then it becomes like a very long, slim build. Like, it would be really neat if I could take this build and sort of superimpose it above here. So the water line would be the same place. But, oh, maybe down here would be better. Okay, let's try something. It's not really there. Obviously we could do stuff like this, and then you can get in here, but the issue is, where do I get the sulfur? Because the sulfur also needs to go in here. Well, maybe I could do something that this one. But you would need to be... Flip? Yeah, coal can travel from whichever way it wants. So it might actually be better the other way. And I know I have my break. And that one could just go from here. Oops. And I know I need to take my break, but I'm kind of in... I'm vibing now. Yeah. So this is good, this is good, this is good, this is good. And eventually that will also be need to go out here, onto that, which then means that you go out here. And that means all of this is weird. We just need out, 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 out. And then this one could probably be compacted as well, somehow. Nope. Damn. There, just put that in and see if it works. Yeah? Break time. Save. 3. Alright, so we'll be back in 2 minutes. Last time for a potential train if we want to get extra hour, so be back in 2 minutes. Alright, let's have a look. Something is not right here, but it's okay. And Cool AF Man, thank you for the Prime for 4 months. That one's not necessary. Whoa, Kiwi Cola, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Always fun to attend to your masterclass. Good night. Well, okay, thank you. Let's see. What if I take this out and then kind of push it a little bit more like this? And then I fix these. There, 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 there. And Eronimus, thank you. We need twice as much sulfur. 0.7. And this one is producing 1.6, except it isn't, because that would be mentioned at 21. So it's producing about this one divided by 21 multiplied by 10, because it's getting 10 outbound here. So it's actually very, it's more than 0.7, and it is, it's good. So. And then let's see. Can I make this thing here, this shape, in somewhere else? That one is annoying. Maybe you could, like this. Is this an option? Is it a better option? Now it kind of gets. There's a gap here and there's a gap here. Those should kind of be evened out, I think. And that would also prevent it from having that. Okay. I don't think this is a viable option, but no, it doesn't work. Because now I can't have one place where they all get in. It has to be like this. And even then it has to go over here. Damn. And then it has to go over here. And then you have to go back up there. Yeah. There's not really any better ways to do this. Ah. What if this was moved up? Then these were all long-headed inserters. And then these, oh yeah, that doesn't exist. Ah, this gets worse, not better. Then this part should also be out here. So we're gonna get it from same, and then that one is a problem, I guess. Okay, move the grenade to the left and share a blue box with oil. Ooh, okay, okay. Like over. So this one would be flipped the other way around. Ah, yes, I like it. And then flip it. Something like this. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that needs to be somewhere else, but what if this goes down here? Calcite. Calcite comes from here. That's silly. That's really silly. But this one has now all the things that it needs, yes? But you're missing this, the iron, and you're missing the steel, so these two still don't have what they need. If I did this, they should be able to get what they want if they had an extra one like there. That's also weird, isn't it? That one. I don't know if this is better or worse. It's something. Inside explosive barrel, keep barrels. Cliff to right. I don't think I can make it. Can I make this so that this goes into everything? Like this one goes into all four at once? I don't think so. Because you have to be able to go...
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
And then you'd have to be like this, and then you'd have to be like this. Or maybe like this, right? Slugger, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Will you also provide faster smelting for your now space? Nope. That's not intended anytime soon, at least. Okay, so that could actually work. Right? Well... Yes. Ish. Right? Let's try it. Now this one actually has a problem with getting stuff in. Like, seems silly this part, but okay. Okay, and then I get calcite. I get iron. I get steel. And yeah. Yeah. Everything down one. Yes, good idea. Much nicer. Wow, much nicer. Wow, sometimes I'm blind to the most obvious things. And it's now sort of... Ooh, if we just keep hacking away at the same thing, it actually ends up being some nice designs we get. Yeah. Anything improved to this? There might actually be another improvement to this one, and that would be there. So we have some explosives in case we want it for something else. They can all go right one. If they go right one, then this one can't really... I guess you're right. But do I want it? You're not getting anything, why not? Yeah. Our poles are also not awful. And it should be possible to get you out here as well, if need be. That's a really nice little design we got here. All pipes on the right side. I'd much rather get all pipes from the side. Or we can also get all pipes from down. Either way, this is pretty simple. I am starting to think that I should have coal as a thing on a bus as well. It's just, my big argument is I can't make it happen. Because there's not really a lot of good space here. Like, this could be moved 2 down, but then it would be flush against the other one, and then I could have like a belt of that. But if I put coal here, then why wouldn't I also put calcite? And you know, so I'm kind of... It's much stronger principle to say, no. This is the fluids. That's it. If you want to get something in, let's also just be honest and say, okay, how much is it? 0.7? This one, 1.5. This one, 3.8, and this, they're all working full speed. So it's 6 per second. All right, well, robots would be able to do the work for this. Which actually means that I could also do... No, I couldn't. I couldn't get the coal in from this side because then the sulfur belt wouldn't work. I like this one. And a few lights. There you go. Let me explosive chest. We don't have an explosive chest. Oh, this one? Nah. This is free stuff, so do I want to limit it? No, not really. We can limit it so that people don't freak out. But we also need another output here. Also, let limited, maybe 200. You can if you make semicircle belt. Okay, yeah. I don't. I like this. This is a very neat little design we've come up with, and it's extremely compact. So that's very nice. Where does it belong? I don't know. It could be just something like this. And then we just need the coal coming in from somewhere, or maybe even just accepting that it's not that much we need. Slight variation in stream chat. Let's have a look in stream chat. Oh yeah, so you're putting grenades on one side and yeah. I don't know. I don't think. I mean, I kind of optimized this one for we have one place to set all these parameters here, so we'll keep doing this. Good. Very simple build. I don't know if this is what needs to be done here. What is the next thing we want to do? Maybe we sort of skip ahead a little bit. Like when I look at this, it just seems so small. Like, okay, so let's try to sort of articulate what is it we want to do next on Vulcanus. So at this point, we've landed on Vulcanus. We got everything a little bit. We got a little bit of science. It's just slowly chugging along. This is nice. We're not about to scale up yet. We just have these things. We wanted to go here because of cliff explosives. Done. Now, there are two things that we want to do. Yeah, green belts is a good point. Is it maybe green belts we want to do? They're not cheap. They're not expensive either, but they're also not cheap. And what I mean by that is it's mainly in terms of production science. We don't actually have that yet, so we can't do it before we have production science. So green belts, not an option. What we should do now then is there are two big things that are next. Next, need full coal liquefaction making plastic and maybe other bits. Plastic and rocket fuel. Yes. Yellow purple science or rocket parts. So it's either make a rocket part solution, but if we make a rocket part solution, we need to make plastic and rocket fuel. That's from oil, from coal liquefaction. And then LDS is something, and then blue circuits is icky because we only have blue assemblers yet. But aside from this, then I think that what we want to do is say, oh, nice build to liquefy a red belt of coal. What? Yeah, liquefy a red belt of coal might be something, but liquefy it and then, yeah. So having a block that does nothing but plastic and rocket fuel would be something. But I'm still kind of thinking, where's this plastic going? It's of course going into LDS and to red circuits. None of those are high quantity yet. But I'm thinking that if we make a block, then I'm gonna have to get a belt outbound, and how is that belt going? I'm starting to think something else, but I have to drop that thought. Okay, I was thinking bus build, but I don't think that's an option because you can't build a bus on Vulcanus because you don't have a lot of space, or you need to clear a lot of space before you can find. Oh, holy smokes! There's a lot of coal here. Wow. To find some place where you can sort of make an like if we could go out here and take that one out, but that's probably a medium one, so that's completely impossible. But then it's sort of like, hey, we can make a bus. I don't think the bus is where we want to do right now. Yeah, Rainbow Liquid Bus looks cool on the map. That's actually true. It's also the color wise, it's actually really well done on the colors. We need some purple and some very red up here. So then actually it's flipped. If this is below, then yeah. We should flip it just to make the rainbow better. Our pride bus. Noted for bus people looking at green belts. Yes, I agree. But okay, my challenge now is that everything sort of assumes something else. So let's play with the thought. Hey, let's make a bus. No, we should make a bus because we need green belts. Ah, yeah, of course. Okay, but well, we're not gonna get green belts until we get purple signs. All right, so let's make purple signs. Well, we make purple signs. We are gonna need, I don't know, oil, for example, because we need red circuits, a lot of red circuits for the purple signs. So we need oil. So we need an oil block so we can do the plastic. So how are we going to get the plastic over from the oil block that makes plastic and rocket fuel, get that over to our red circuit block? Well, just put it on the bus. Oh, let's make it. Oh, wait a minute. Now we're back to the bus again, right? And stuff like, oh, let's put it on trains. Definitely not an option yet. Why not make a red belt bus for now, then upgrade planner when green? Because a red belt bus isn't really doing much. And it's very hard to fit it in anyway. And what are we going to put on the bus? Then we sort of add more things and more things, and then it becomes a little bit complicated. I also want to refrain from doing a bus because I want further down the line to have every build being self sufficient, with the exception of plastic. Does that make sense? Trains are not so great. The idea and what the benefit and strength of Vulcanus is that you don't need logistics. Everything just needs lava for all the metals, and then some kind of calcite, which is close. Some things need sulfur, which means you need to build it near sulfur, and some things need coal, which means you need to make near coal. But the stuff that doesn't need or um, coal or sulfur, you can build it anywhere in the world, which means you can just scroll out and build it anywhere because where you build it can just launch and then it's gone. And I like that. And we want to leverage that, which means that the stuff that isn't fitting into that is coal. Well, coal is not used for many things, only military science basically, and plastic. Well, maybe it's plastic we move around because plastic is rather low quantity. So moving plastic around for the red circuits. So wherever we want red circuits, we'll just assume we get some plastic flying in from our plastic block, and same with rocket items. So I'm starting to work my way to saying, let's make a liquefaction block that outputs in robot, rocket fuel, and plastic. Tweaked advanced, now it's advanced to like, I think it's better to start over. I don't know if it is, but I think it's better to start over because it's so different. So let's try to get a sense of how much. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is consuming 2. And there are no beacons. Oh, that's really pathetic. That's only 10. But plastic also needs something. So even if I did this, then that consumes 20. Yeah, no beacon is tough. I completely agree. And that's the thing, right? We want the beacons, but we don't have the beacons, right? Beacons are super cheap to make. How cheap are the beacons? Like that's 35, 75 of these. I think we are going to be handcrafting this or like box crafting this. Where's the simpler 3? Oh, it's also here. Ah, this one's more expensive, 500. But beacons are musts. This one is also kind of a must. It's still doable by bots. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like there are so many other things back on, like in all honesty, what we all it needs to do is basically just build like this and just go. You know what? This one's just gonna be like getting this one in. These things all exist in robot network, so. That's not a lot. This makes 0. This one makes 0.1 per second. So 10 seconds to craft one. That means 6 per minute. Right? I'm just kind of thinking about like, okay, so if I make 6 of these per minute from one assembler. This is like 12 per minute. 12 per minute means 5 minutes to 6 minutes. 6 minutes for beacons and then some else. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's 6 minutes for beacons. Oh, absolutely worth it. Yeah. And blue belts is also expensive. They make 6,000 in 1 minute. Yeah, but then I don't have the production of the other things. The idea here is that it's something that I already craft for other purposes, but only crafted here at the end. So this is basically hey, let's go to Vulcanus. Let's just set this one up, and that will just take care of that, right? Could also do the same thing for yellow if there's some... Is there anything super valuable we want from here? From the yellow signs? Like, I think the most valuable thing from this is... No, I don't know, if anything. It's probably like robot speed or projectile damage. Is there an option to import red, blue circuits from Navis, or should the planet be independent? They shouldn't be independent, but they're also not really producing much on this planet. So I am not going to import red circuits because this is pathetic red circuit build, and we can easily make it better on Navis later on. We're only making 12 per second, so using this as a basis for what we can build on Navis is not a good idea. Fusion reactor is not yellow, that's uranium, so we need to get uranium up and running, and I'm actually just leaning towards not getting uranium until after we've done the stuff we need to go do on Navis. Or on Vulcanus. Okay, so with this idea we can actually assume beacons, right? Don't know if I like this. I think that building anything without having beacons is just too annoying. Because it's also when we need to make the purple signs build or the green signs, red signs, whatever signs we want to make, then we have to make it first incorrectly and then afterwards correctly. This is probably better. So let's have a look at what it would look like with bacon here. Now you can redo the clip exposure with beacons again. Shut up! Though you designed for it even... Yeah. I agree that it should design for it. That made no difference. 12.8? 30, oh, 15, okay. There you go. It made a little bit of difference, but that's not much difference for all of that hassle here. In my latest run, I built half city block yellow purple signs on Vulcanus, fed it with imports to start, and then started building the infrastructure supplied locally. Yeah. Could you assume uncommon beacons? Why would that make a difference? I don't... No, I can't. Higher transmission. I don't like that. I don't like assuming that for ratios. I'd much rather sort of... Yeah. Anyway, should I start with this or should I make it more like this one? There. Don't know if this works because they are intersecting here. Yeah, I like this. They can be further apart and still be covered. this. You go up here. I guess that's the minimum size we can. Oops. There. Morning, gang. It's also interesting how this is the first stream without any hype trains, and I can only imagine that it's because of that it's on a Monday instead of on a Sunday. So definitely not a good hype time. Just like this. Not this one. And then that's, we're just gonna invent steam in here. Don't know how that changed steam. Well, changed because I changed it, I guess. Yeah. Oh, we're missing something, don't we? Damn. Oh, what are all of these doing? Ah. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. That one. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Inputs on the inside, outputs on the outside. Well, there's 3 outputs. So I do like this one. Working. It's not fast enough. Hello, Draco Falcone. Welcome. What a silly thing. Like, these are not fast enough. Damn. Oh, man. Oh, the 3 beacon setup works. It's just more beacons than needed. This one's already consuming 20, so more beacons, sure. It works. Does the beacon reach the lower level? Yes, it does. Three beacons affecting. Yeah. Yeah, the outer inserters are now fucked. Yes, but they're also slow, too slow anyway. So there's a problem with this build that we're not going to fix today. So since we're not going to get any extra hours, then I'm going to wrap it up here. Not going to be functioning very much on this one anymore. I'm really happy about the spaceship, and that's also going to be what we cover in the next episode. Is going to be the spaceship. So 2 space gun turrets in. I want a picture in stream chat. Yes, please. Hey, you found you found space for 2. I was like, you found 2. Like, oh, in the back of the car, there's just 2 placed there. 3rd Vulcanus ship, that one. Have a fun evening. I hope you'll be fine. And I hope so too. Of course it will, but still. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me just see if I can figure that out. So we're just gonna check that here. Fix that later. That one goes here. Like this. And then a little bit of shuffling here to get this sorted. So of course it costs a little bit, but it's a nice idea to put it here. Cool idea. Like that. Phew, just shot down something immediately. Yep. Yeah, that was a nice one. That's a good place to end here. Also a lot of inconsistency with blue or red, blue or green inserters. This should all be green inserters because why not? Yeah, I think that's a great way to stick it in here. Then now it's using the space and oh right, this one probably should be filtered. Probably. Because there might be some junk here. Nope, surprisingly no junk. Weird. Yep. Okay, that's good. Thank you. So thank you everyone for joining. I will see you guys on Wednesday, 1 year older. And then, yeah, so no birthday stream or anything. Thank you for joining. Good night. Take care and stay effective, everyone.